Curio Blue has just refreshed their subscription to Stinky Otters R Us.
Hi, 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 hi. Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good day. I hope things are going well. Scribblenauts OST. This is actually the quiz music from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. The maid that draws. Creature of many jobs. Jokey, I'm gonna have to pull in a whole bunch of references for this before we actually get to schmoove. Woong? Woong? It took me a second. Yeah. Today we have some commission art, and it's gonna be for Auto Paradise, that series of comics that I have drawn in the past. Let me pull in our lovingly done concept reference. I always love when people do little MS Paint drawings of what they're looking for. Yeah, this is literally the whole cast. Let me see if I can bring the reference images in. No, I think I'm gonna have to screenshot them. Okay, yes, we should be okay to do that. some of these characters, I do have the references already saved in my PC, because I've drawn them before. This is fine, though. I'm gonna bring images of the whole cast in. Okay. Grabby you. Yep, grabby you. Doke, grabby you. Grabby you. Grabby you. Oh, no. Wrong keybind. Boopity. And you, stink man. There we go. The reference images you drew. Those refs. The refs specifically made by Connor. Connor's refs. You can't stop sleeping. Bed is too comfy during the day. My strategy for waking up slowly is to put something behind my upper back. Because I'm pretty sure that changing your blood flow will help you, like, not go unconscious. So it's, you know, you don't have to leap out of bed, but if you change that, it'll start to help, I think. Air horns at 15-minute intervals. It's an option. It is an option. Okay, I'm gonna convert all these layers into image material. It's gonna be a little annoying, but be good. Good. There we go. I wish there was a keybind for this. I don't think there is. I have to do like 4 clicks to convert an image, which, you know, isn't the worst. Oh, hold on. I brought one of these in twice. Hopefully everyone else is there. So that's 4. Oh man, this is 8 whole characters. That's right. You give yourself the rise and shine, Mr. Freeman from Half-Life 2. Hey, Curio. Oh, I'm Flesh.
Hello!
We've come to bother you.
Good luck. You haven't bothered me yet.
So I feel like that's a challenge. Curio, is that a challenge?
The gauntlet hath been thrown.
I'm finishing up these paper cranes, and then I'm going to... I should probably eat something.
You know, a paper crane was actually the final decider in me realizing that going and changing my name is a real possibility. Like,
really?
Feasible. Yeah. So during college, I was folding a bunch of paper cranes to keep my hands busy. It was just sort of like, you know, when you have an anxiety disorder, sometimes putting something to do is good mental filler. And I had extra drafts printed out of one of my papers, and so I chopped it up into little squares, and I folded one. And after I folded one of these slips from my paper, it actually managed to frame a sentence that I had wrote out of context perfectly on one of the wings. It just said, "Society changes." I think I actually had to sit there and try not to cry about it. Yeah,
Sounds like an art piece.
So later I actually took all the paper cranes that I made during college, which was a lot. Like, if you think about one of those plastic jumbo jars that would house, like, cheese balls,
Yes.
It was-
I am very aware of those.
It was like one of those completely full of paper cranes, and so I bought some fishing line and I strung them up, kept them in my dorm room, but now they're actually in my bedroom at home too. So that specific crane is still somewhere on that line above me. I don't know where, but it's there. Fox in my chat says, have you considered meow? Noah saying hi to both you, Fresh and Curio. Sounded like Lilo and Stitch over there. Hi. Yeah, you get it.
I'm looking up male model poses.
Ooh, are we gonna do another life drawing session?
I really could, but no, that's not the intention. No, I'm gonna design some alternate outfits for D&D characters. I'm trying to find a good standing pose that's not boring.
Mm-hmm. Very fair. Okay, space these around. You snickering about over there.
Just looks because one of them is it's supposed to be showing off a pose pack. But because of how the models are arranged, it looks like it's for a boy band.
Okay, that's good.
I'll post it VC too.
Mm-hmm. Noah coughs harder in pain. Be gentle with yourself. Me literally biting off more than I can chew and regretting it. Oh, you're right. They do look like a boy band. I was also very much expecting real people and not 3D models. I'm gonna show this to Twitch.
Sorry. I just typed in pose standing man and that popped up.
They look so polite though. Like these are all men who would be polite to food service workers, I feel like. They're also very smooth.
Oof. There is a surprising amount of 3D models in here, and some of them are okay. The shoulders are a little off, but rock on.
Yeah. I don't like 3D models for life drawing references because it doesn't usually consider musculature action. It's just poses.
It's also it's a game of telephone.
True. Yeah. Multiple layers away from the reality of what something is. Okay, this was referred to as key art, so I think we're kind of just showing off the vibes of these characters' personalities. I'm gonna hide this for now. Chet says, boy band members who ask you if you have room in your life for Jesus. I think you
just
mean
jars of clay.
I think you mean choir boys. God, I don't even like American Dad terribly much, but their bit of a boy band called B12 with 12 different members because it keeps popping it back in my head.
Okay, sorry, but like not because of the thing, just for boy bands in general. Any TV show that has like a fake boy band, whoever wrote the music for them goes way harder than they need to.
Correct.
Like,
correct. Agreed. Specifically thinking about the song that they get introduced with.
because like that happened in Gravity Falls. It happened in Bob's Burgers. It happened in Star versus the Forces of Evil.
You're right.
Like, it's delightful.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm mad about it.
Commitment to the bit. Ever important. Wong's talking about License to Drive from The Boys. I wish I could watch The Boys, but it's out of my comfort zones. I hear it's really good. Dr. Panda's in chat. They said, this panda has upgraded to a smithing panda. You might address me as a black and white smith.
Panda, panda, panda.
Panda, panda,
Panda, panda, panda.
Panda, 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 da, 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 da. Yeah. Dr. Panda's a delight. Mm-hmm. Good to see you, bud. Okay.
Probably should host another one of those drawing nights. They are fun.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I'm not participating. I enjoyed making everybody draw funny animals.
I suppose others of us could also offer to host. Like, it doesn't have to be you every time.
In theory, you are correct.
Mm-hmm. I think I would use that power for evil, unfortunately.
I mean, I've already done it.
I don't know.
Oh wait, I didn't actually make you guys draw. There were two guys in chairs with paper bags on their heads at one point.
It's a good bit. Okay. I sure positioned her face right over top of a boop. Boop. I
have made a mistake. I thought about mentioning the song that I got stuck in my head earlier today, and it came back.
What you need to do is you need to have it on repeat for 3 days straight, so you're so sick of it you never want to hear it again.
Oh no, that won't work because it's a normal song, but the words got changed in my head.
Oh, you know,
it's Havana, but my brain changed all the words to banana.
Wait, that's a good one. How has someone not done like a cover of that before?
I mean, I won't be surprised if there's another Minions movie if that pops up.
Oh my! Sell that concept.
I actually drew Aaron in like Fancy Duds at one point.
Ooh, baby.
And like I did like a mini comic on it, and he said something along the lines of, "God, I feel like an asshole." And somebody replied, "Well, you are an asshole." He goes, "Well, yeah, but now I feel like one."
I live. I breathe again. I will rise. I will bleach the skies and still the water.
It's that energy of no, it's telegraphed to everyone. I can't ignore it. Okay. I know that Sarah's character is not super confrontational. Should probably just have her, like, clutching tools. She's like the medic character, kind of, in this world. Oh, I'm just realizing that in this sketch, they actually lined her up with Quintillion, who is a character who is very directly an antagonist to her, that's spicy. Like her personal antagonist. No, in chat says, now all of China knows you're an a-hole.
I mean, that's fine. If it's just China. I mean, ain't China real far away?
It's optimistic thinking. I like it. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have her handling a wrench. That'll do it. That'll telegraph what it needs to. I love this character because she's such a sweet little, like, strawberry of design, but then most of her outfit is, like, trucker mechanic stuff. It's like, as, like, a robot, she was definitely designed to be, like, cute and adorable, and then she's over here with, like, the blue collar getup. It's good. It's good contrast. Ooh, and then Panda says they notice that there's a character that's just hips. Yeah, very okay KO feeling design. This is one of the antagonists. She is sharp. She is wide. I imagine she would shoulder check you and you would land on your hands and knees. But also she has this, like, I don't know what the word you would call it, like a lower body cape that just kind of accentuates, like, that width. Like, this is one of the characters where they could fill a whole screen, and that is part of their personality, is their ability to do that.
Oh, like big guy in Spider-Verse. Kingpin?
Yeah, that is a good example of a character whose scale is used in a similar way. She's less on the extreme end, but it's, like, definitely still there. Long says if she was a dinosaur, she'd be a Hypsilophodon. And Panda says, do you mean a pear? She's definitely pear-shaped. That's fair. No, we also have Moose lined up against Victor, who is the little Roomba guy. So that's funny, like, kind of profiling them both as, like, sidekick characters, almost. I wonder if it'd be worth it to have Junction, like, readying his weapon. Mr. Action Man.
Give us a pose, you're the Action Man.
Junction's fun because he is an antagonist that switches sides, but is still, like, a jerk, which is one of my favorite tropes ever. Also, he's so wide. Good grief. Wong says that in the Isle, they're going to be giving a nerf to the Hypsilophodon nesting mechanics. Aw. I have good memories with that. Okay, the example that they gave for this key art is very horizontally oriented, and I feel like it should be more vertical if we're putting 4 characters stacked on top of each other for this. Okay, I gotta mimic this pose that I'm trying to think of with my body. Amanda says, a jerk that switches sides? Guys, Connor has it in for Asterion in Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. I do not own Baldur's Gate, but, you know, just based on archetypes, that could happen.
I will be right back.
Curio was like, wait, I have Baldur's Gate.
Having this pose overlap with Syra is going to be interesting. Question of how much detail is enough detail. Oh?
Okay. Whew. So you know how there's the because May's just popped up. Tumblr has the Justin Timberlake. It's gonna be May thing everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm drawing this I'm drawing the skeleton for character, and I'm putting the knee to the thing, and my brain just went, "It's gonna be Nay."
Oh. Understandable.
Oh god, terrible.
It's gonna be knee.
Okay,
I think that scale and pose works. I'm gonna do these 2 at a time horizontally, I'm thinking. Keep me sane, and I should also drop some color markers on my layers so that I don't try and draw on the wrong things.
this is wise.
Mm-hmm. It probably works out fine for me to draw the horizontal characters on the same layer. Horizontally oriented characters. Wong says, Asterion, the guy you keep around for comic relief because he sure as hell can't fight. He's just a little fruit. He'll get bruised and then he'll get mushy. No one wants that.
Yeah, save the mushy for the romantic scenes.
Oh, I love that. What's his name who eats magic? Gale. An early bug in the game was that the trigger for entering his romantic plotline attempt would, for everyone actively be on, whether or not they intentionally, went for it or not. It just, no one noticed for the longest time because of how in character it is for him to just flirt and crush on, anyone he sees. They're just like, yeah, no, he might as well be making a pass at me. That feels right.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Quintillion's the dude that I designed to have a biker helmet-shaped head, which is either going to kill me or will be a decent time.
Those tend to be the 2 options, yes.
This kills the Connor. Wong says that they want to mod Gale's animation to where he's literally eating the items, chewing noises and everything. I can only imagine that with the Minecraft eating sound effect, I hope you know. I think I'm gonna have to make Quinn's...
My brain just went, yeah, no, Gale's really expensive to keep with you, half because you have to feed him magic items for his continued existence, but also his dental bills.
Yeah, that tracks. Oh, I can't see the contrast in that hair at all, but I think I get what I was going for. Quintilian's one of the characters who probably needs a proper turnaround done of him before he's, like, ready to be drawn frequently.
Turn around.
Mm-hmm. Do I hear doggy? It almost sounds like doggy.
If you were, it might have been my chair.
Could be. I feel like maybe Quinn's character is somewhere between, like, slick playboy and, like, bitter incel. I feel like thinking about what to do with his expression for this. Like, assuming he's already, like, quote-unquote, lost the girl here, he'd probably be more bitter than anything else. But I feel like if it's key art for just introducing these guys, then slicker is probably better. It's probably okay. Wong says that they once talked to a friend of mine about which BG3 companion he'd be attracted to. It concluded with, oh yeah, Karlach, 100%. You and everyone's mother.
It's true.
Who could say no to Karlach? Also, Kyupin's in chat. Hi, good to see you. I hope you, is Saturday? Yeah, I hope your weekend's going well. Panda says that if I keep playing Stardew Valley music, they'll storm down into the garden and plant some beans. Do it. Do it into the garden. Hello!
Welcome back.
Hi. What are we doing?
Planting beans, apparently.
Stardew Valley.
Beans.
Allergic to beans, space boy. Do you actually know what that's from, or is that just a funny sentence for you?
That's a funny sentence for me, but I'd like to know where it's from, because it's funny.
I think it's specifically from the pilot. It might be also from episode 1, either the pilot and or the episode 1 of Invader Zim. Yeah.
That makes
Okay,
sense
no.
somehow.
Yeah, okay. I love Invader Zim. I was definitely one of those obnoxious grr kids in my emo phase.
I used to basically on a yearly basis do a Invader Zim rewatch. Definitely a keystone piece of media for me.
I feel that. Onyx, hi. You're here now. Hello.
Right, it's my turn. Fuck. Oh, sorry.
What's your turn?
Probably.
It's my. I keep going. I need to write the RP. Then forgetting, and then.
Oh, I'm not concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I
think
I'm getting my mojo back after a stint of having very little motivation to do anything.
Oh.
So
and you're coming back with a vengeance, I might add.
Thank you. Why do you resent Invader Zim?
Wong is an envy-driven person, and so good media tends to be both a good thing and a yuck thing for them. Like seeing other people being successful or making the things that they want to make can be like emotionally upsetting, even if it's like, oh, I love this. It sucks. It's so good. I hate it. So don't be surprised if you see that energy from them sometimes.
Noted.
Yeah.
Do I take this gardening gummy now?
You live your best life. Oh, Hot Rod's in chat. Hi, good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday.
Hello, Hot Rod.
Hotted Rod.
The hottest. No. No. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Anyway. Because it was meant to be innocent and it wasn't going to come out that way.
Agreed. Chet says, say the line, Curio.
No. I've been experimenting with alternative forms of pain management that don't kill my liver. Because I don't take prescription painkillers.
Yeah.
And avoid opioids at all costs because I don't like what they do to me.
Yeah.
So I've got these gardening gummies that are mostly just the non-silly component, and they really, really help with like my joint pain. So I picked up some new ones yesterday because they were out of the ones that I normally use.
Huh. I'm glad you found something that seems to be a plus.
Yeah. I also do a lot of like hot Epsom salt baths. Those are awesome.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, and Wong's saying that their Invader Zim resentment actually stems from the cancellation and how it's how it set them up for heartbreak.
I felt that way about a couple pieces of media in my childhood. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. The fact that we got an Invader Zim film decades later is insane, though.
It really is. Like, I was so surprised. I'm like, they're not going to do it. And then they did, and I was like, this is delightful.
The way they, plussed the art style was incredible, too. I do think they lost some of the sharpness in the design language, but the color language that they, switched to is very, very good. Okay, let me have Forecaster Blot in here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've designed 4 of these characters. That's a solid half of the cast. Nice. Find a genetically compatible descendant using unholy curses and signs to steal their body.
And I was like, I have exactly one genetic descendant. And it's not gonna happen.
Do not body snatch the child.
The child.
The child. Ooh, okay. Hot Rod's suggesting that the Rocko's Modern Life movie actually opened the gateway to getting the Invader Zim movie. I could see that being the case. No, I did not watch Rocko's growing up, but I did see the more modern film that came out and thought that it was lovely. That if I if I had been a part of that as a kid, it probably would have affected my personality some.
Sorry. When Bosco was struck dumb, did he do the mouth slightly open thing?
Yeah, but she wouldn't have been able to tell that.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'm gonna reread the character blurb for Blot just to make sure we're getting his character in.
Is Revenge of the Sith the third movie?
I am unqualified to answer that one. I'm gonna say yes, though.
Yeah, third, technically sixth, because they did 4, 5, and 6, and then they did 1, 2, and 3 after the success. It's the one where Sheev goes screechy. Oh, yeah. Hello there. It's one of my favorite Kenobi lines.
It's one of those things where it's like, the release order versus the chronology order, yeah? Okay. I see why we have Viveka lined up against Pac, but I don't see it's more appropriate for Pac to be lined up with Blot, but I'm just gonna trust the commissioner wants.
I feel like Clone Wars is probably my favorite Star Wars movie. Something about short-haired Anakin and him being a snarky little ding-dong. I'm like, yeah, I appreciate this. It's before he got super, like, corrupted, dark sidey. Like, there was a lot of, yes, the acting in the movie was awful, but I think the writing itself was quite good. Like, it shows, like, how a character can go from wanting to do good and wanting to make the world a better place to their intentions essentially corrupting them and it all kind of going to crap.
Mm-hmm. You're just a boy, Your Honor, but not for long. I think I gotta shrink Quintillion down a little. Change the angle on Blot a bit. I love how far spread the names of these characters are, and it makes sense when it's a bunch of robots. But they're so varied. It's good. Noah says, for those of you who have seen the Clone Wars series, and you know that one youngling, Petro, they really hope that Order 66 had him rush out at the clones yelling the Star Wars equivalent of puppy power before being absolutely obliterated by blaster fire. Not the Scrappy Doo reference. Oh my god.
Which color of saber is the rarest?
Purple?
I feel like the answer might be white because saber colors are just based off of the kyber crystals that are inside of them.
That'd be a look-up question. That'd be a Google.
I only guessed purple because only one purple saber ever appeared in the movies, and it was because that was part of the agreement for the actor to be in that shot.
Awesome.
Because he wanted the purple sabers.
Black.
That makes sense. Never seen one of those. Ever.
Yellow ray doesn't count.
Something
War info dump time.
Something can't glow black. Well, computer screens kind of glow
It's
black.
got the darkle.
The dark sparkle.
That's actually a word. It's literally a word.
I feel like I've heard you talk about this before.
Of course, because it's funny.
Blot has anger issues. We're gonna show that with his expression. Curio, I was about to ask if you meant type of person as in, like, romantic partner, but that answers it.
Yeah, it was a question about, like, how do you explain to someone what your type of person is? And I'm like, I don't have a type of person. I do not care what someone looks like so much as I care about their personality. And, like, what kind of person they are, like, what do they stand for, what are they passionate about, and so on. But that being said, my husband is a bombshell.
Type of person, points to spouse, them.
Essentially, funny, tolerates me.
Oh.
Well, in that case, there's like, I don't know, half the people and half are that way.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, we don't tolerate you. We embrace you because we love you because you're amazing.
No.
Yes. You shall not deny. Wong ominously in chat, I know what I like.
No idea what I like, but every once in a while it smacks me in the face. Not literally.
Yeah. That's good. Blot has to be smaller. I always forget that Blot's short. Shrinky you.
I maintain I would not use a lightsaber. I would use a blaster because while I may not be able to shoot for beans in video games, fun curio fact is I'm an excellent shot in real life.
If I were to be armed IRL, I actually had a half-decent time firing a mock crossbow before. So I'm like, should I pursue that?
Oh, that could be very interesting.
I built for the bow.
I'll be honest, I would not use a blaster or a lightsaber, mostly because, I mean, if I only had those two options, it would be a lightsaber because I am pretty good at, like, racquetball. More so than at firing anything. But I would be more inclined to be like, oh, I'm trying to kill that guy. Just that guy, just that one, right? Okay. What ships are available to me that I can ram into this person? Because I don't care if he's got a lightsaber, he cannot beat a 2-ton ship coming directly at him.
Weapon of choice.
Honestly?
Your weapon of choice is vehicular manslaughter.
Yes!
Ooh, Viv says...
That's equivalent of FAFO.
What's FAFO?
Fudge around, find out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Viv in chat says they discovered that aim in video games correlates to game in real life. The better they get at aiming, the better they get at archery. Nice. Not super in love with Blot here, but I think it might be if I push Quintillion out this way so we can have some more. I'm gonna shrink Blot again. Sorry, bud. Hot Rod says, fresh getaway flyer.
Oh, I don't plan to get away.
Ominous.
This is a kamikaze scenario.
For the good.
the greater good.
Mm-hmm. Thinking about Frozone's wife. I am the greatest good you are ever gonna get.
Ever gonna get.
Iconic.
My evening's in danger!
Love her.
Oh my gosh, every time I see like a shrimp or something, I will send it to Alpha.
Oh.
And like, because they have that one line from Shark Tale where it's, my sister had a baby and then she died and then the baby had no arms or legs. And like, it's the shrimp monologue.
I don't remember this from Shark Tales at all.
I need to send it to you.
Is this like one of the like cocktail shrimps that they're gonna eat? And it like spits a
yeah.
Okay.
Shrimp monologue Shark Tale. Hold on. Yes, it's one of the cocktail shrimp.
Wong says, send shrimp to me too. I like to farm crustaceans.
I'm putting it in VC2.
Excellent. Hot Rod says that they feel like Fresh would hotwire the spaceship.
Look, the only thing better than killing your enemy with your ship is killing your enemy with their ship.
That's incredible. Thank you. I'm gonna junction a little
because if you succeed, yay. If you don't succeed, you just cost them a lot of credits.
Incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to shrink these guys down just a little bit.
I mean, technically speaking, couldn't a lightsaber just like shing shing and then like chop the sword into itty bitty metal pieces?
Mm.
Like the ship?
Viv is talking about a normal sword. They said if they were in Star Wars, they would use a normal sword to F with a Jedi. Hey, nice light beam. Sadly, it cannot block a metal blade and then stab them. I do think we've seen lightsabers cut through metal before.
We have. If you wanted to be really cheeky, what you would do is you would have... this is gonna sound weird, and I apologize, but you have a metal beam sleeve, so that whenever your enemy's lightsaber tries to cut through yours, it'll get about halfway before it hits the actual other sword, like laser beam, whatever.
An ace up your sleeve, but it's another laser sword.
It's the hidden laser sword. Crouching tiger, hidden laser.
Okay, Panda says that they got a point in Viv reboots that lightsabers do have a limit to what they can cut. Metal seems to be a problem. So it could depend on the alloy then. Panda says the metal blade will pass through the laser, get molten, turn into burning slag, and then burn the Jedi. Now we're thinking with portals. Have I? Hold on. Okay, Victor is a little Roomba guy. In one of the comics, have I drawn his underside? I gotta peep that.
Is it just like propellers underneath?
For a normal Roomba, but Victor is this blue guy right. Hold on. Right here. He's not just a Roomba, he's a flying Roomba, which is hilarious because it means he doesn't touch the floor ever. He's like too good for it. But I assume that he has normal Roomba parts. Let's see. Here's the last time I drew him. Looks like I just did a proper grade disc when I drew him last because it's like super shaded out. Like that detail wouldn't be visible.
Offer a silly interpretation of the flying Roomba.
Mm-hmm.
So this particular Roomba was not actually made to vacuum the ground. He was made to vacuum the ceiling.
I mean, that would track.
Displeases me.
Yeah, it looks like I just went with a flat disc. We'll see how the vibe is when we get to finishing
This
it up.
is watercolor paper.
Viv's saying, if you hit them being a lightsaber, with a massive hammer, they can't cut the hammer because it's too thick. Like, the lightsaber is physically not long enough to cut the whole thing. Mm-hmm. I also imagine it would just slow the swing down incredibly. Okay, Roomba versus a little dinosaur toy. Fight. His eyes need to be closer together. Predatory Roomba, front-facing eyes. Ooh, Wong saying, can they share their finalized drawing of the Hurrigan Mindmaster? Send it. Send it, send it. And let me know if you want me to show it on stream as well. Wong says, do show. I will pop this into Clip Studio. And browser into Clip. Bloop.
Fuck yeah. Sorry. That just kind of popped out.
Viv says Dust Bunny is prey animal. Panda says they gotta bounce. I'm gonna go pick up their way from work. Absolutely. Drive safely. Have a good one. And this is Wong's concept art for a beastie that has influence over other creatures' minds. And they've had a couple of versions for like other occupations for the same creature. This one, I really like that the eye in its little jelly face is unified into one. I think that's cool. The other ones have had multiple eyes, but this one shows like a kind of focus going on in there. So this is a really cool and good approach to like jelly-ish body stuff. Like, it definitely makes me think of the Ghost Leviathan in Subnautica, but adding in that purple stuff, that hot magenta at the ends, helps it feel threatening. It makes me think of Man of Wars too. But that's
Man of Wars are terrifying. Shaped like a friend who will shank you with tentacle.
Neurotoxins. Yes, I think this is a very...
You mean the spicy seasoning?
Oh my god. It's seasoning that it's adding to you. It says friend-shaped enemy.
Frenemy.
Good to close out this one.
Please let me know if the background noise is irritating.
A little bit of crinkle crankle. I don't think it's too bad, but chat is also welcome to chime in. I feel like this expression might be too serious for Victor. Hold on, I'm gonna go read his blurb again. Get an idea of what his motivations are. His likes are listed as cleanliness, giving advice, not touching the ground. He's neurotic. Got it. Oh, what a dude. Viv says that they were literally zoning out, or zoning it out until it was pointed out. Powerful brain. I'm gonna clean up his facial expression, make it just a tad less severe. Yeah, it's a little more judgmental and less bloodthirsty. Victor's the kind of character that'll beat you with a broom and then yell at you because your oil is getting everywhere. Bonk, bonk. Why are you bleeding? Oh my god, it's on the carpet. Viv says they can just shut off noise at will. No idea how you develop this power, but they promise that they'll use it for evil. Incredibly powerful. Noah said, a random thing, but their brain is funky, where if there's an unpleasant/annoying noise, the brain insists that they then repeat and increase the noise to obscene levels. I've never heard of anyone with a quirk like that. That is new to me. It sounds like parroting, but like negative. It sounds like when a child mocks you, but worse. Should I have Victor holding a broom? Give the Roomba a broom as a weapon.
Roomba.
Did you say Broomba?
Mm-hmm. I did.
This is too ironic not to give him a broom. The idea that the cleaning that he does despite being a Roomba, is with a broom. Thanks, Fresh.
You're welcome.
Mission accomplished today.
Not assist you somehow.
Mission accomplished today, I assume.
Yeah, I have. You know, I do have. I have a pun quota.
Viv says in reference to repeating sounds you don't like, it's like when a parrot learns a swear word. Okay, scoot plot backwards a little bit. They call him Mr. Broombastic, really fantastic. Okay. Tempted to also rotate junction. Don't hate that. Okay, then moose. His position for flight would not make sense given his propeller, even though I really want to pose it like this. Okay. I think in the more modern art I was doing his eye a little bit up higher. Pop that jaw open. Oh, got some sharp teethers. Champa champa. Viv says, is it just them, or is the fact that the little reactive PNG switches to talking mode when the background noise happens is kind of funny, because it looks like they make that noise with their mouth? Fresh saying a lot of clunks and clunks.
Sorry. That's what happens when I choose to play video games. Or either that, or I am the best beatboxer this world has ever seen.
Mm-hmm. I'd put my money on the second one. Okay, got them little head fins in there. I love designing characters like I'm not the one who's going to be drawing them. Okay, propeller up here. And slide him back a little. There's room. And I actually want to shrink him down a little. Zoop. Keep it okay. Got little leggy bits. It says, I will make my character design complex and hard to draw. Oh no! They're complex and hard to draw now. You could have done this. Woe is me.
Need that gif of the T-Rex saying, I'm just not sure how well this plan was thought through.
Meet the Robinsons! I have a big head and little arms, and I'm not sure how well thought out this plan really was. Okay, I'm gonna have to make some room on the left side here. Let's do... I don't know, maybe not a shrink. Maybe these two overlap more with Syra. Yeah. And grab Syra as well and lower the whole kit and caboodle. At some point a number of weeks back, I was standing in the kitchen when I suddenly realized that kit and caboodle means kit and caboodle and not kitten caboodle.
Oh.
like, man, I wanted there to be kittens.
I was promised kittens.
Mm-hmm.
All I have is caboodles.
Okay, and I think we're gonna rotate Blot again. Then I'd rather you. I don't know about that. Spacing's getting difficult. Okay, let's try the other rotation instead. It does help him look more actionable too, and then we'll probably raise his arms again. Yeah, we are losing some of his silhouette, but this is fine. We can change it when we sketch back over. Okay. Yes. Just a little more room at the top again. Squish us down. And finally, main character and a big bad time. Viv says, what if we had both and it was Kitten Caboodle? But then we're missing the kit. So it would have to be Kitten Caboodle. Or Kit Caboodle? Kitten Caboodle Kit? I could feel my IQ dropping. Okay. Actually don't know how tall Viveka is. I'm gonna go look at her other reference real quick. Yeah, nothing on height. Okay, looks like I get a free bullet, and if she's larger than life, oh no, artistic liberties!
Damn you, artistic liberties!
Do a little more out of the way. It says Kitten Caboodle Kit! Your own caboodle, or make your own caboodle out of kittens. It's a DIY job. Incredibly valid. Actually gonna increase Viv's reference size. I just gotta see more detail with her. Also put all these sketches as a multiply layer for now. Boop. My way of managing references is so chaotic. Not recommended.
I would like one entire caboodle.
All to yourself.
I took Ken out for a date yesterday, and we got sushi, and then we also got gelato after that. That was really nice. And now I really want sushi again.
Yearning for more.
The children yearn for the sush.
For the sushi.
Swoosh.
Watch me swoosh right in. Swoosh, swoosh.
Oh god. I'll put a picture in the VC chat, but
Ooh.
this is that was yesterday. And we got gelato, but Kin got 3 scoops, so like you can kind of see in the background his is ginormous.
Oh.
Yeah, I did my ice cream like a heathen.
Mm-hmm. Envious of food pics.
I was like, seafood. Yes, I see food, I eat it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, ÇVODʔ has a floating head. That's fun. We'll never be able to guillotine her. Also means that I can have fun with that posing, too. Hot Rod says, but they've never had carbe asada sushi. I don't necessarily know what carbe asada is. So there.
Who's she?
I always see pronouns and then I neutralize them into they, them. Everyone is a them in my court. Get pluralized, idiot.
Yeah, I was like, do you mean carne asada? Like,
It could be. Homie is a serial typoist due to some things.
I like carne asada. Yeah. My partner is Argentinian. So, like, back when we talked to his parents, we would go to their house for asado every so often, which is just like so much meat and bread.
Nice.
It's delicious. So, it occurs to me that I can order tacos. There's a taqueria not far from my house, and they do like carne asada, and they do a couple other things, actually. They do a really nice bowl of pozole as well.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
They do tacos al pastor. And they're like street tacos with the soft, like corn tortillas.
Salmon.
Wong just put salmon over the TTS. Y'all are making me so hungry. I'm still looking. There's a pork chop left in the fridge, and hopefully it'll still be there when I go on break. I live with other people. It could vanish. It's a real possibility. Very tempted to give ÇVODʔ like a circle saw or something.
Ooh, I like that.
One of her interests is dismantling other robots. So, it is
Interesting.
It would be in character. She's kind of a queen. I'm gonna be real.
They have tamales.
I'm gonna sketch pack first before I finalize that. Packmug also canonically has a weapon, but I haven't designed it yet. We were talking about doing that. Wondering if I should throw that in as like a important freebie. Ooh, Wong's talking about their trip to Detroit, planning for the Detroit Zoo. Yes, there is a really cool reptile house. In fact, whenever I go during summer, I feel like every time I've gone and it's been blisteringly hot, I always at some point end up taking shelter in the reptile house for good air. I don't know if it's just more important to have it really chilled, or if like it's just been like I've been incidentally there during midday every time. No, the Detroit Zoo is big enough where it's like super spanning, and if something's going wrong, you just have to hunker down at the nearest station. Okay, I think having Pack's character looking more nervous, but like still ready is probably good. This isn't a bloodthirsty character. This is someone who's caught up in things they wish they weren't. I think that's the vibe. One says that their mom loves reptile houses for the same reason. Good AC. Incredibly valid.
I was gonna say that's such a mood.
Oh, I like reptile houses because I get to play I Spy.
You're so real for that. Where is the green vine-shaped snake among all of these vines in the vivarium?
There's a frog in here somewhere. The label says so.
I think it's reminding me of there's a snake in my boot. There's a frog in here somewhere.
Barely found out they had carne asada sushi in Mexico, and it seems delicious. Yes. Because you've got delicious steak and rice.
It feels un-sushi-like, but I'd eat it.
We had I gotta look up the menu. There's like this like bougie ass sushi house. Sorry.
Oh, what, for the swear? That's fine.
Yes.
You get a couple. You're not being excessive.
Thank you. You find the menu, and it had these are poke bowls. I want the dinner menu. So there was one, and it was beef carpaccio. Mm-hmm. It was seared beef, unagi, onions, tempura, asparagus, peppers, chimichurri, and scallions. It was actually really tasty.
Nice.
There was also one with A5 Wagyu beef and lobster.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's called the Surf and Turf, and like it's good, but it's I'm not going to get that consistently every time I go there. Mm-hmm. Because to me, like, it feels like they're almost scared to cook the Wagyu because they're like, it's just going to melt because it's super thinly sliced.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, they've got a couple of really good ones, and they do like tempura shrimp, but they toss it in like a spicy aioli and with like a mango salsa, and that's really good. I'm like, yeah, I would just snack on that.
Nice.
Snacks.
Noah's asking, can they trouble me for a cup of art juice? Are you asking for like my motivation?
I feel like what would like art juice would taste like pencil shavings and frustration.
I'm thinking about now how like wine taste will be like, this has an undertone of pencil shavings.
It has notes of crying at 3 a.m.
Ooh.
No, you know what art juice looks like. If we're talking about inspiration art juice,
What that?
it's It's a piece of artwork that looks just shy of perfect, and you can tell exactly what's wrong.
I don't like that.
I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm for that one.
But it makes you want to do something, don't it?
Honestly, you're right though.
I'm thinking of the wolf death from Puss in Boots. Pick it up. Pick it up, but it's a pencil.
I watched that movie recently. It was delightful.
Right? I wasn't expecting it to be half as stylized and poignant as it was.
I was like, oh, cool. You've got me thinking about my mortality on a Tuesday night.
For a Shrek spin-off.
I would say that, like, Puss is probably my favorite character. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Donkey, but criminy is he annoying.
I mean, he is as he was intended to be.
He yes,
An
absolutely.
Whee! Noah's follow-up is... They mean that one Connor? Oh, send me the meme. Yes, I see. Pick it up. Pick it up.
I'll save tacos for later when this inevitably hits me. And I'll either find my stride of making art, writing, or sinking into video games again. I tend to only buy takeout, like for me when I'm home alone, if it's something that only I like.
That's valid. Because then you don't feel guilty about only ordering for yourself.
Yes. Because, like, I'm the only one here who really likes pho. I'm the only one here who really likes street tacos. Indian food is like a hit or miss because, like, sometimes Kin's in the mood for like really nice saucy like curry, but other times he's like, nah.
Yeah, I get it.
It's a book sleeve. I love you, but you're going in the garbage. Me with all of my OCs ever.
Oh my god. For me, it's despite belonging in the garbage, I love you.
For me, it's under this bus you go for the character development.
Oh my god. I'm gonna send the current sketch to my client. And I realized I didn't even hit accept on the VGen request, so let's do that too. Also, Wong says that Puss in Boots 2 and Metal Gear Revengeance have the same plot.
I've never played Metal Gear 2, so I would not be able to weigh in on that. It's like, I've got the most random stuff in my office. I've got a thing of dry shampoo in one hand and 70% rubbing alcohol in the other.
Those are very clean signs, though.
I'm going to be so organized by the end of this for like 2 days, and then everything's going to go back to the way it was. But it'll feel nice for those 2 days.
The process of getting it organized.
I started pulling everything out of the drawers when I was teaching because I needed something to do with my hands.
Incredibly valid. Been meaning to shake up my desk arrangements again. I'm insane. I'll be bringing up full pieces of furniture from the basement just to like slightly shift around one of the like 3 possible, like, variations of my tiny bedroom that I can eke out.
I feel that in my soul.
My bedroom is also my office, and you can only put it in so many places, because the door don't move, and the closet don't move, and the air vents don't move.
Unless.
Oh. That's a very expensive unless.
That goes there. Certain things are just going to get shoved places.
As it should be.
Cluster of paper cranes until I put them on a string.
Wait, are you also going to do a crane string?
Yeah, I figured I'd do a couple crane strings and then just like put them somewhere, like hang them from someplace. I really need a big container for all of my paint. But alas.
Having done my crane string, I wish if I could redo it, it would be getting my hands on like a little hole puncher of some kind.
Ooh, I have a hole puncher.
The way that I did them involved piercing the back, but it's rugged, and if you like get it too close to like the pointy top, it did rip through some of them. So like having a nice clean punch is like, yeah, that's solid, that's secure.
Where would you hole punch it? Through the wing?
Nope, the little triangle of the back.
Ooh.
Like the little humpback.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. I've also seen people do vertical crane strings where you stack them as I've got two cranes here that I'm trying to like barbeat all together. And it's like piercing it through the bottom and then through the hump on the top, and then just having like a string of cranes. But I've also seen people do through the wing.
It tracks.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to put these guys together, but let me look up origami paper lantern.
You're going to put it together with chutzpah.
With lots of chutzpah.
If you make if you can widen the hole big enough, you can also put them on string lights.
Well, that could be a little dangerous depending on where you put them.
I mean, like the LED ones.
Colder burn,
Like
that's fair.
Yeah.
There's a couple different paper lantern types.
Yes.
Is messaging me. Oh.
I've got no privacy. Whoa. Oh, hold on. Okay, this file was set up to be snapshots 10 through 12. But there's only one in there. Looking 7 through 9. Okay, so I named it ahead for the other snapshots. Okay. Okay. Oh, I was going crazy. Nope. We're good. Boop. While I'm waiting to get a thumbs up from the other client, then I should move on to the next thing. Earlier, Noah said, "Standing here, I realize there was never a follow-up." I think they're still standing there to this day. Okie doke. Wishing manual. Something like a thick book on a black background with lots of pages marked with sticky notes poking out from the pages. Front of the book can say A Silly Girl's Guide to Granting Wishes. That's cute. Okay, don't need the character references. Name this one the manual. Oh, Kyofin's still lurking. Hi, Kyofin. Yes. Gonna work on your gonna work on your splash art. Ah, no, I was making a song reference. Yeehaw time! Yeehaw time! Sometimes I wish that I had a straw hat like this in real life. So the concept of this book, I can't not think about the rules from Fairly Odd Parents. It's just a given.
The rules.
It's gonna be fun picking out a stationery that this character would use too. Because Sadie, as a character, definitely has an aesthetic. Kippen says yes 100. Hold on. We're gonna do a little detour. We're gonna do just a little... just a little detour. Hold on. Let me pull up another tab real quick. Don't mind what's happening. Okay, yep. That's about as I remember. Yep, okay. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. I'll do another peeksies at this. Okay, how would they handle right up at the corners? Get that nice tangent. It feels about right for the designs. Oh wait, I could reference Chester's hair. Hold on. On Chester, Fairly Odd Parents. It's not quite how I remember the hair for Chester, but that's actually still useful. Give her like the Wanda eyelashes. This isn't commission art anymore. I'm just being an idiot. Woe, curses upon ye. Realistically, for the apparent style, the wings would still be coming out of the back. Let's see, good reference of the hands. Do a lot of things for the hands. This is the first time I've drawn in the Fairly Odd Parents style, and it's probably not going to be the last. Oh gosh. It'd be more appropriate to like go out first. Alright, we gotta do the, at least one of the little star emblems. I think the earring would be the easiest to do. I could sneak it on top of the... the top. On top of the top. Oy vey. Committing a little too much to this. And by committing, I mean crimes. Oh, you know, the characters don't usually have pupils. The eyes are usually lineless, too. And then yeah, the noses usually overlap the eyes, too. It's interesting. Eyebrows. Get away with this. This is fine. The thing's more like this. Yeah, that'll do. We're gonna call this a warm-up, I think. As if I haven't spent the first half of stream sketching. I feel so evil. I'm realizing this might be the fourth character that I've just randomly grabbed and said, that's it. You're going in the Odd Parents style.
Odd parents, fairly odd parents.
Wands and wings, floaty crowny things.
Crowny things.
The fun thing is that this character is like magic, right? So it's gonna be my personal headcanon that she can just choose to do this. It just shows up.
Which character is this?
Ooh, so these 4 up here are for the upcoming indie game called 3 Wishes.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is a visual novel involving 3... I forget if they're elementary or middle schoolers. I'm thinking middle schoolers. End up with 3 wishes gifted to them by... I actually don't know if Sadie is described as more of an angel or a genie, but she has kind of the energy of both. And nothing goes wrong ever. Mm-hmm. Nothing. It's a normal fluff game.
I was gonna say, are we getting Doki Doki vibes, or is that too dark?
I don't think it goes horror.
Okay.
But, like, multiple storylines. You can make bad choices.
They have churros.
Ooh, I want a churro.
They also have jarritos. Okay, yeah, I'm getting tacos later.
It has been
I
decided.
like them because Yeah, I like them because they're homemade.
Ooh.
The family's actually from Mexico. They're just a little mom and pop shop, and they're healthy. Like all of the ingredients are fresh. It's super nice.
Yeah, that's the really nice thing about eating local is that you can actually have something made with like love and like realness. Probably more in the parent style to keep this width close to like consistent. Let's go here. Okay, I'm gonna do basic color fills on this, and then I'm gonna stop myself. We're gonna call it done there. And then we're gonna do actual work. I swear it. Ooh, okay, Wong is back to explain why Puss in Boots and Metal Gear Revengeance is the same. I am all ears. Let's go a little darker on the eyes. Okay, where is... Okay, there's this tool. Okay. Some of them fills in here. That star is askew, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh. I saw that coming. It's a little wrong right here in terms of cranium size. I can get that into a better shape. This yellow. Pink again here. Okay, Wong says, a swordman defeats a giant enemy with ease before being humbled by a Brazilian. The swordman befriends a dog and is forced to confront his past. He then defeats the Brazilian in a rematch before they have a final boss battle with a man in a suit who grows larger and stronger. The absolute left hook of is defeated by a Brazilian. Okay, this Sadie with no eyes is so cursed. Looks like the inside of the mouths are also usually lineless, but whatever. Boop! Oh, I forgot the wings! Wings. Okay, do that really quickly. We're committing to the bit, gosh dang it. There we go. There we go. And I'll go one layer behind. I'll use the ice cream tool. Boop. Boop. Hold on, I could add at least a little peek of the other little hair tag too. Or maybe here? little more appropriate. Oh, we could also do the halo. Hold on, yeah.
There's a beetle on my desk.
Ooh,
What are you?
a friend.
Weevil?
Does it have a snoot?
Are you a weevil? It may be.
Baby weevil?
No, not a weevil.
Can you believe this?
It might be a larder beetle.
Ooh. This, that.
He disappeared.
Okay, I'm done with this. I'm not committing to the bit anymore. Here she is. Add just a little bit of text. There we go. There we go. Fairly odd, Sadie. The demons told me to. The demons told me to. Okay, I'm not gonna throw this out. I'll save like a PNG of this later. You know, flipping it doesn't look half bad. Good grief.
It's too big to be a larder beetle, but like now I have gone down the beetle rabbit hole. The beetle hole, if you will.
I was about to say. I'd say send it to me and I'd help look up, but I'm going to be streaming for another couple of hours, so you would not get an answer long until you've probably figured it out yourself.
That's okay.
Ooh.
Toba beetles.
Bug photos in my inbox! People's joined chat, they said, "What's up, anime Butch Hartman?" Somehow you got the exact recipe for what we've done here correct. I'm so mad that the Fairly Odd Parents style comes relatively naturally to me. If only I was born like 20 years earlier. I don't know if I would have wanted to work on that show, given the things that we've learned. Remember, kids, a TV show isn't made by one guy, it's made by a whole team. The creator might be yucky, but he's not the only person that made it.
Oh, hello, friend. Oh, it is a larder beetle.
Oh, yay!
I didn't realize that you had black spots on you. Okay, come here.
Wong says all of the butch and none of the controversy. That's how I like my women.
Hey, buddy, I didn't realize that you had spots on you. So, you are friend, yes. But,
Oh! Did he live?
well, you're on the floor now.
Oh, okay. They can
Wherever
handle
you are, go
falling.
have fun.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if the text is gonna go here. Let's just make a little little grid to guide things. Text isn't gonna have to adhere to it specifically and perfectly, but just, you know, have it there. Wong says Curio dies on stream. Ooh, and Noah says that there's art tax. Ooh, huh? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Not living up to the memes? Noah. I would only handle you this roughly when you tell a pun. Love repeatedly forgetting the whiskers. I'll never forget the whiskers because they're my favorite part. Something about the Noah face here is drawn very cute, though. The pointy ears. Good pointy ears. Thank you. Okay. Can I think of anything funnier than Silly Girl's Guide to Granting Wishes? My mind's only going to the For Dummies book series, like Plumbing for Dummies. A little too on the nose. I should do this with a turnip pen. Am I spelling that right? Yes. This is gonna go over. I should draw the text from the top. And stop being a doing-a-loing. How to draw mama. You're literally making me think of the meme that's been happening on Tumblr where people will see a picture of, or like anything to do with like an adult cat and kittens, and it will be like, let's blank mama. So it'll be like a kitten climbing on top of an adult cat, and then someone will just randomly add, let's overthrow mama. It's a really cute genre. Or like there's one video of like a kitten like tumbling in like a cat's running wheel while the adult cat like just steps over them, and it's like, let's get tumbled by mama. To granting. I think Silly Girl's Guide is better as one line. Also, since I didn't say, I hope your weekend's going well so far, people. Good to see you. This is gonna put wishes all on its own line, but I guess if we do like a super flourish text, like it's the big impact part. Actually, if we all make these the same width, then we actually get this nice gradient of smaller to bigger text, which could be interesting. Hmm. The Fairly Odd Parents Sadie's was added to the book like a sticker cover features. Well, let me take a really quick copy of this so I'm not destroying the full resolution copy. I think cover art would be a little heavy-handed on the reference, but like a bunch of stickers on it. Oh man, and because I'm downscaling her so much, I'm not gonna have to clean up the art in much of any significant way either. It actually works out really well. We'd definitely add some extra stickers too, so that it's not the only thing there grabbing attention. There she is! Okay, what else do we want to add? Maybe a unicorn. That feels about right. Do like a little rainbow unicorn sticker here. Hamburger. Executive decision. Hamburger is going here. Why hamburger? 'Cause hungry. God, what else? I want to be sneaky with the Fairly Odd Parents one, then we would add one more, like, overlapping it a little. Okay. Sadie feels like the kind of person who would dog-ear a book, but having the tabs on it implies that it's being kept a little bit nicer. I have like another sheet of paper sticking out, like it's stuck in as an insert. So I love that the commission request for this specifically mentions putting it on a black background, because that it helps it feel kind of ominous. Like when you pick up items in like a Dark Souls-like game, but then it's just this ridiculously like poppy, somewhat battered but well-loved book with like stickers covering it. It is a very good duality. Hold on, I'm gonna do that with lowered opacity. There we go. Okay, and this is actually a good point for me to take stream break. Yes. So, who else do we acquire? Oh, it's Shiny! Nice to meet you! I don't know if they are on mic. Haven't heard from you. Just so you know, I am live to Twitch, so if you do speak, you will be audible.
Oh.
Ooh, I gotta boost you way up. Yeah, good to see you. I hope you're having a good day.
Not as good as what is today? Saturday.
Heck yeah. Ooh, and Ace is in my Twitch chat. Hi, Ace. Good to see you. Okay. Yes, okay. I'm gonna take a 15-minute break. I will be deafened. I'm gonna get up, have a snack, take care of myself, and when I'm back, we're gonna keep working on commissions. Yeah, you'll keep yourself, take care of yourself. This is a threat. You must. And that goes for you too, chat. I will see you in a few minutes. Thank you. And we are back. Okay, I think it makes sense for me to knock out the sketches for both of these. Check the response to the other commission that we were sketching earlier, and then barrel ahead with that. Okay, so medals for adding mint, strongest girl alive, and fastest girl alive. Clean up the city from crime. Oh, Wong said, did we end up completing Seven Max Hit the Road? Nope. There is more game left. However, a little breaky break is good. All this folder, hero medals. I'm gonna look at a reference for this. So I have a mental image of how medals are usually handed to people, but if I use the phrase medal being awarded, is it going to show me military stuff? That's the question. Military and a lot of presidential stuff. Not quite. See, Not necessarily finding what I'm looking for, so we're gonna freeball. Noah said, the thing is, Wong, Sue and Max stopped hitting the road and just started hitting each other, so we couldn't really progress. I hate that that's perfectly in character. Okay, I don't have to have them being readily handed off. They can also just kind of be there. Let's do a slight staggering. Oh, you actually got to hear Graham. That's good. That's good. My dear sweet kitty was semi-neglected this morning, so it makes sense that he is, raring. I did hear him, but because Discord and OBS filters him out so much, I tend not to comment. I guess he hit that right pitch for, Twitch side to hear things. Today's a good day, because you heard Graham. He says, I'm gonna start cooking, so hopefully I don't somehow put a shoodle in the oven. Don't want fire shoodles. Ugh. Imagining their little molten husks, they just keep moving. Should try s'morios. I just want a s'more in general. Gosh. A s'more shoodle? Oh, goodness. Those horrible little creatures melt. And with the magic of TV editing, we defy the laws of God and man. As it should be. Noah says they can't remember what the original tastes like anymore, but according to friends, s'moreos taste like a s'more Girl Scout cookie. I can't say I've ever had a s'more Girl Scout cookie. Think of all the Girl Scout cookies that have ever existed, I've only ever had Thin Mints. They do not last very long around me. Makes a little more sense to have this one on top here. Just for balance reasons. And theoretically, I only have to design one of these metal faces. Well, the base of the metal face. We'll design once, and then we'll put something unique in the middle. So we have a plate here for a unique text, something unique in the middle. Noah says, on one hand, it's unfortunate for the Girl Scout cookies, but on the other hand, they don't care about the Girl Scouts, so ultimately an acceptable loss for you. Goodness. And Wong says, they've grown quite fond of cinnamon French toast in terms of Girl Scout flavors. Valid. I think French toast in general is a great flavor. Okay, little Wings of Valor type aesthetic going on here. I'll look at some more of these metal references. I could have a little wreath of like a barley sort of plant on top. Or a laurel, that's what I'm thinking of. So you have wings and laurels. Maybe a little too repetitively balanced, but still good. Okay, I'm gonna lower the opacity on this just a little, so we're not getting lost in the weeds here. Merge down. Why, look at this, a box of Thin Mints just innocuously placed under a box propped up by a stick on a string, entirely unattended. Your loss, my gain. Okay, so strongest and fastest. Let's do... Ooh, hello, Fury. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hope your Saturday's going well.
It's been a long day.
How so? Are you, like, at work today?
No, I just got out of work.
Guess that's kind of what I meant, but phrasing, very important.
I mean, like, well, if I was watching a stream at work, that would be a pretty cushy job, I'm not gonna lie.
I know people who can literally leave their house in the middle of the workday, like remote work, and then they'll just like go and do other things or like take a 4-hour nap, and they still make exponentially more money than me. And I'm like, oh, this hurts the Connor.
This hurts the Connor.
What do they do?
Tech.
Okay.
I actually don't know the exact position, so, that is a fair question. I know it's one of those jobs where it's like, hey, just have your deliverables done on time, and a lot of tech tends to be, like, overpaid, because right now there's a lot of marketing that says, oh, tech's gonna be the way to the future for everything. So, like, you're already starting off with a white-collar job that's work from home, so you're not being really, checked on. And then you have the value being overblown. And the recipe that you get is someone who technically has a 9 to 5, but really only has, like, a 9 to noon at best.
That's impressive, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, whatever they did different from me, they deserve all the good fortune that comes their way, I guess.
They have some tough knocks in other ways, so, even if it feels unfair, in some ways it ends up being equitable, but I'll still look at it with immense envy. Don't get me wrong. Buff girl medal. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking, like, is this like a muscle locket?
2 different medals being awarded to a pair of characters. Text is going to read Strongest Girl Alive and Fastest Girl Alive.
And who's the strongest girl alive?
Referencing the text. Addie gets Strongest Girl and Mint gets Fastest Girl. Okay, so these left 2. Strongest and then Fastest.
Okay.
Just hilarious to make Addie the muscle girl, because she seems to be the most traditionally girlish out of the 3 human characters here. It's good contrast. Yeah, these...
I kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a very petite, very girly, but at the same time can suplex a pickup truck or something. I don't know.
Heck yeah.
Moving with that trope.
You're a little quiet for me, Shiny.
Yeah, sorry, Shy. There's a movie with that exact trope. It's a 5-year-old girl that can lift like 5 tons each, and she traditionally likes to do so in little princess dresses. It's a superhero movie, but that has that exact trope. A little girly girl that can suplex an armored vehicle.
I love that. It makes
I don't remember the name of the movie.
It makes me think a little bit of what they did for the what's the series name? It's by the same guy that did Wander Over Yonder, Kid Cosmic. The little, I think, like 5 to 7-year-old girl in Kid Cosmic ends up with like hulkish, like nightmare strength superpowers. And so you have this kid who's too young to understand like the level of sheer violence that she's afflicting on bad guys.
No, I believe her power was the fact that she could turn giant.
Yeah.
So essentially she could turn anybody into toys.
That's a really good specification, just the fact that she also treats them like toys. Like, I think of her... can you say one more time?
She's a 5-year-old little girl. What kid wouldn't think?
See, I look at her and I think about the Hulk, and the whole thing is that the Hulk's intelligence kind of goes down, and that's why, like, become such a knucklehead, but instead this is just, oh yeah, no, this is a child. We're using a child as like a tool here.
It's also really cute at the same time.
Yeah. The aliens are sleeping, right? Yes. Sleeping.
Oh god. God, I remember that line.
Best scene ever. Worst scene ever. Best scene ever.
All I can think of is like, have you ever had like those moments where you're like babysitting kids and like, you know, the kids will like always say like, hey, look what I can do. Imagine they have super strength.
Oh my god. Wait, that's just how Korra the Avatar was introduced.
I think you were forgetting Jack Jack Attack.
Oh yeah.
Both.
From The Incredibles, right?
Yeah.
Imagine being that babysitter.
Mm-hmm. What a trooper.
Oh, yeah, she had every right to sit there and run away, but she didn't.
Mm-hmm. It took me so long for someone to explain to me that Jack Jack's name is because he's a jack of all trades.
That makes far too much sense.
Oh, is that it?
Supposedly. I'm here for it.
It makes sense because dash is dash, his power is speed, violet is invisibility, and it's ultraviolet light.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know the mom and dad's actual names and how they relate to their powers, but...
Robert Parr is the father.
Alarmingly normal.
And I think
Helen,
yeah.
yeah, their names aren't puns to their powers.
No, they just happen to be prophetic
Parr's-
names.
Well, Par's supposed to be like average, like
That's a good
at
point.
par.
That part I get. What was Frozone's name?
I don't think I readily know.
Neither.
Okay.
It was 2 syllables.
There's a way to figure this out.
No. Too easy.
I'm looking it up. I won't say it, but I'm looking it up. Oh! I'm looking at it. I have his name.
Congratulations. So proud.
I don't remember if that was mentioned in the movie or not, but that is pretty funny. I looked up his name too.
Oh, in one he's referred to as Uncle Blank, so the kids probably refer to him as that, at least. Adding the blank so that Fresh can continue to try.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm gonna fail, but I appreciate it.
Helen's maiden name was apparently Truax.
What?
Interesting last name. Oh, Fresh. Don't look at Twitch chat. It'll spoil you.
Okay.
Truax, that's an interesting name though. Like, because there was actually like an alternate Lorax that was like that was just kind of like meant to be a rebuttal to
Lucius.
the Lorax.
Oh, you got the first name.
What?
First name is Lucius.
Yes, Frozone's first name is in fact Lucius.
Whew, go me! That's the only one I was trying to go for. I'm not going to try to remember his last name.
His last name is Best.
All right.
Lucius Best. That's a great name.
It's the best
Lucius
name.
is a weird name, but it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was like a rebuttal to the Lorax that was like written around the same time that was called the Truax. There's a reason why you probably haven't heard of it.
I will only accept the Truax if it's to cut down invasive trees.
Nice. Me at Chinese elms.
Bradford pears.
Par.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I just saw a video about a guy who likes to turn anything into ice cream flavors, and he did that with Bradford Pear Blossoms.
Yeah.
Oh, and only Violet calls him Uncle Lucius. I think Dash just calls him Lucius.
That feels about right.
Yeah.
Because the reason my brain remembered his name was because I remembered in Dash voice going, "Hey, shit!"
No respect from this kid, as it should be.
Nah, he's the cool uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously?
Okay, I'm gonna scoot my references around.
Oh, I remember these guys.
I'm just annoyed.
Yeah. Hold on, let me hide the references real quick for you. We are doing a sort of key art of them pitted up against each other. So we have a very obvious split between protagonists and antagonists going on.
Moose, my beloved.
Moose is a really fun character. Oh, go ahead.
Are they all thoughts?
I mean,
Yes, they are.
I just want to give Moose like a treat. I'm not sure what kind of treat he would accept, but I kind of want to give him a treat.
My money's on lug nuts.
Lug nuts? Okay.
Yeah,
You just like to chew on them or something?
probably.
Was that blue in a room?
One more time?
Was that blue in a Roomba?
Oh yes, a flying Roomba. A flying Roomba who is incredibly neurotic about filth.
Oh god. Don't give him knives.
That would also be a really good idea for a weapon.
So they're kind of like Mo from Wally.
Aww.
Are these your characters?
These are for my buddies series, which I, have contributed to. Ideally, it looks like they want to novelize and or produce a comic series with them. My friend is a writer, and so a lot of these designs are commissioned. I've designed about 4 of these characters.
Neat.
Yeah. In fact, we actually have a handful of comic pages. I can pop one open real quick. Which one is my favorite here? Ooh, I like this one. This is a really cute one of Pacma getting repaired by Syra, who is something of like a mechanic / medical bot.
Yeah, mechanic and medic is very skewed when it comes to that kind of thing with robots.
Yeah. And so...
she's got that V-shaped smile, and that's just making me think of Furrophage.
My art style coming through.
Yeah, maybe. But now I'm just thinking like, hey, you're a robot, and you're here to see the medicanic. It's Furrophage. I hope your legs still work.
I actually do have a robot design of her. Pulling this open. Here we go.
Oh! Robot?
I love Gremlin mode.
Yeah, like the gimmick is that like she can like split open all the way from the front like a Iron Maiden. There's just like nothing but teeth in there.
So they're like a FNAF character.
How dare you? You're right.
Sorry.
I say that with levity. Ooh, back on The Incredibles, Ace up there says, the effed up part about The Incredibles 1 is the hero elimination scene and realizing that all of them was in the wedding scene earlier.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. Ow.
My only question with The Incredibles is, yeah, sure, they disbanded the superheroes. What are they supposed to do about the supervillains? I seen a post about that on Tumblr. It's just like, they got a point. Who
Yeah.
deals with the supervillains?
You can't just tell them to pack it up and go home.
Nor can you just let the regular police deal with superpowered people.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's...
You make a compelling point. Like, so in the Incredibles universe, be a supervillain.
You can only win.
Hey, like, if you're like, just like a Joker-style anarchist or something like that, and like you're like a supervillain, it's like, well, who's going to stop you?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got the power to.
On the other hand, with no Batman, crime has no punchline. So there's that too.
In fact, in the comics or something like that, I think, when Batman dies, Joker becomes a DMV.
I love that.
No, it's canon in one of the comics. Batman dies, Joker stops terrorizing Gotham and literally joins the DMV.
I mean, that makes sense though, because like canonically, Joker was never interested in Bruce Wayne. He's only interested in the Batman. So if there's no Batman, then
I thought you were gonna say something about him still terrorizing the public, just in a different way.
Yeah.
I mean, also true, but no.
Yes, but no.
Welcome to the DMV. Please take a number.
Exactly that. Exactly.
You need to make an appointment, but
I
we'll
have my license reviewed. Yes. Take a number, please.
Sorry you didn't bring the appropriate paperwork. Has it in front of him.
We're gonna tell you.
The original document of your birth certificate.
God, we're gonna tell you it's only a half-hour wait, but it will secretly be 2 hours.
Did I say half-hour wait? I meant 2 hours.
As it should be.
Your Joker voice is actually on.
Yeah, I apologize for my Joker voice, actually. Yeah, like, did you ever see, like, the animated series episode that was called The Man Who Killed Batman?
Oh, I haven't.
They, rob the Diamond Exchange in hopes that, like, Batman will show up, and, like, the Joker's kind of despondent because, like, he doesn't, and just, like, that's where we actually get the line with, like, Joker saying, "Without Batman, crime has no punchline." And then they actually hold like a funeral for him, and like they have like a bat cowl, and like they put it in like a coffin, and like Joker sticks like a "kick me" sign on it, and like Harley says like "Gee, boss, you really put the fun in funeral."
Those are all very
In a
good.
Batman cowl.
Yeah, and like and then it like just kind of comes up that like Joker's actually really mad at the guy that apparently killed Batman, and like he's at the funeral too, and he has like this guy like put into the coffin with like the bat cowl, and like they padlock it shut and like roll it into a vat of acid because it's the Joker, and that's just how he rolls.
Absolutely. Killed his bestie, his worstie, his baby girl.
His worstie?
His worstie.
Yeah, like Harley Quinn plays Amazing Grace on the kazoo.
Oh my god.
Am I the only one that thinks he raided the Batcave specifically to get only one cowl and then do this?
Broken just for that.
I mean, that's on brand.
Exactly.
Something I actually read about that episode is that it was actually hard to get like a clean take because like Harley Quinn's voice actress actually was playing the kazoo, and like everybody was like cracking up laughing when she did it.
That's good. I should get my hands on a
The
kazoo.
kazoo is surprisingly hard to play.
Yeah, you should get your hands on a kazoo. Then like you could have just like a kazoo stream.
Kazoo's
It's like yeah, like redeem and like Doodle will serenade you on the kazoo.
Imagine a kazoo redeem where the only noise I'm allowed to make for the next like 5 or 10 minutes is through a kazoo specifically. So like even if like I get like a raid or have to thank someone for like contributing, then it's like that would be good.
I don't know if I ever did streams, I think that would be a good idea for me, just because I really never know what to say.
Oh, steal my ideas. Do it.
Isn't harmonica you could do that with too?
I do
And,
have
like-
harmonica.
You know how to play?
No, I've never understood harmonica.
Oh,
Way too
I once had a
intricate.
tiny harmonica.
The holes are so tightly packed.
Imagine a smaller one that's like 2 inches wide. I found it online.
It's just end me. I would never be able to.
can Furophasia play kazoo?
Not good, but obviously.
Okay.
Ooh.
She can make a lot of noise.
She now has another way of terrorizing people.
Absolutely.
I heard none of that. It was just stuttering.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that like Furophage has like another way of terrorizing people now.
Okay, this commission.
I think Discord is freaking out. I'm not.
Ooh, yeah. No, I'm understanding Fury, so it may be your end. Give it a restart, perhaps. The old try and trude. Try and trude? I just said try and trude.
Tried into.
Brain smooth. All ideas and thoughts
English no word.
slide right off.
Tried and true. It's a perfectly
English no
cromulent word.
Cromulent? Cromulent. I like that. I hate it.
That is a word. Yes.
Okay.
Is English your first language?
It's my first language, and I'm not fluent in it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is for everyone that speaks English.
the most BS language that's somehow everywhere.
No, I was about to say English is literally just 3 different languages in a trench coat. It is the scraps of everything else.
Absolutely.
Yep. It is not consistent.
Didn't they try and change how you pluralize octopus like 3 different times now?
No one ever agreed how to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like I don't think really anybody agrees on. No matter what you go with, like somebody's going to correct you.
You're so right.
So I'm gonna go with octopodes as being like the correct one, just because that's the one that nobody goes with.
I would have gone with octopi because the other word is far too inappropriate.
And also because I like pie.
Now I'm just thinking of like, what if like a pie but it's got an octopus in it?
Ooh, in Wander Over Yonder, the repeat cuisine item that comes up in lore is Zbornak's jellyfish pie.
Nice. I just keep thinking like, it's like just normal pastry crust, but you cut it open, then like a live octopus comes out.
Oh my god.
Imagine it was an octopus huddled in a pie dish all cutely.
Aww.
I think I was imagining a cuttlefish, but it works both ways.
Indeed. Agreed.
Cuttlefish are cuddlier.
Aren't they more venomous?
Depends on which one in terms of like comparing it to octopi, because like the blue ring octopus is probably way above a cuttlefish.
God, yes. Oh God, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Most,
Small ones.
most species of octopus, they're not venomous, I don't think.
Yeah.
The giant ones.
Jellyfish as a concept scare me in terms of swimming the ocean, because the idea that you could just accidentally your way into a box of jellyfish is like, oh, I'm not safe.
They don't have brains.
But they're like ocean plastic bags, and if you're not paying attention, then suddenly it's wrapped around your leg and you're being like envenomized repeatedly.
Yes.
You just made me think of something cursed. Like, what if like somebody goes swimming in the ocean and they think that they're being attacked by a jellyfish, but it turns out it really is just a plastic bag.
That would be
That's
a really
the same
good.
kind of sad. You go ahead.
That'd be a really good like fake out for a horror movie. It's got me. I'm going down. I'm gonna die. Oh, it's a Kroger's bag.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of went from scary to just kind of sad.
Mm-hmm.
It gets even more sad considering the fact that there's a lot of sea turtles that mistake plastic bags as food.
Absolutely.
And they're like penguins and horses, meaning they can't throw up.
Yeah.
Well, penguins can throw up, but like horses can't.
I think rats are another species that do not have the equipment for vom.
Yeah, rats don't have a gag reflex.
Aww.
But they do giggle.
I've heard that before, and I love it.
Yeah, if you tickle them, they'll giggle.
They taught them how to drive cars, and it's also really cute.
Yeah, because they love it. They love it. They're like, yeah, I could go for another spin.
It sure beats a hamster ball.
Mm-hmm.
I love learning about animals because there's such interesting facts.
Yeah, I grew up watching Nat Geo as a kid. Just part of me forever.
Okay, you think parrots are really good at mimicking people, right?
Yeah.
Wait until you hear how a crow and a raven do it.
Ooh, there used to be this thing called freeing the tongue of a crow or raven that people thought they had to do to get them to be fully articulate. But like that's like an old myth, apparently. Like they didn't have to do that, but they did for a while.
Trying to think of is because they are quite intelligent. They have the ability to perfectly mimic us and talk to us, but they don't.
Apparently, crows are, I don't want to just say smart enough, but like social enough where the young crows that have already like flown the coop will actually return to visit their parents for years after.
Oh,
Yeah. Little crow reunion.
Oh, you might also appreciate this. Like, I remember seeing a nature documentary about like octopuses or octopodes or however you want to plural it. Octopi. But yeah, like they saw this like octopus that was swimming around and carrying a beer bottle with it, and it turned out that it lived in the beer bottle.
Oh, mobile home.
Yeah, so like it would just like set the bottle down and then go inside, and like it liked to do that because it would nothing would really be able to get it in there. And it was like a brown bottle, so none like octopus predators would even like necessarily know that there's one in there.
Forgive me, but that's the most trailer trash octopus possible.
Yeah, the documentarians actually like gave it a different bottle that was a little bit bigger, and it had like a ship inside.
Aww.
So it actually went inside and like checked it out, and it ended up not liking it and like going back to his beer bottle.
Good for him.
I mean, that makes sense, though, because if it had a tiny ship inside, that's not going to be pleasant to sit against.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny to see like this little octopus just like playing over like, you know, a giant or like this tiny ship.
The Kraken.
Now, if you wanted to be truly nice to the octopus, you'd give it a growler.
He couldn't carry a whole growler. He couldn't carry that.
Yeah, I mean, probably the same way it carried the beer bottle.
The size.
I also do not know how big the octopus was.
True.
Maybe as it grew up, it got bigger.
It became a
It was
drinking
big
age.
enough that it could fit into a beer bottle comfortably.
They have no bones. They can fit in anything.
Oh, Kyupin's headed out. Have a good one. Take care.
One thing I thought was kind of neat was that like one of the theories that they had is that the reason why it didn't like the ship bottle was because it was a clear glass and it had a hard time finding where the opening of the bottle was.
Actually does make a lot of sense.
Ultimately, a more opaque vessel is probably better for it to hide into. Like, you know,
Yes.
there for that.
I remember seeing one video of this diver trying to negotiate with this octopus to let go of a clear plastic cup for a seashell. Trying to get in the plastic cup.
Yeah. It's like, but I like my cup.
It's like yeah, that's a seashell. It's pretty nice, but I see those all day long. What else you got?
It's making me think of like an octopus merchant you're like haggling with.
Oh yeah, it's like Pawn Stars, but it's an octopus.
Prawn stars.
Imagine a hermit crab and an octopus merchant.
The amount of octaves that Fury just increased to.
Oh.
It was good. Your mic filtered half of it out. It was so good.
Oh. Yeah, I have no idea what I sound like on your end.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah.
That explains. That explains. Oh, also, Kaola's in my chat. Hi, good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday.
I hope everybody's having a good Saturday.
I could name people I hope are having a bad
It's
Saturday.
a different day, in which case I hope that whatever day it is for you, it's a good one.
I should pay attention to this weapon, this gun. kind of has a rounded butt to it. Okay.
Bud.
You said rounded. I'm thinking of that one Spider-Man and Deadpool joke. He said traps.
One thing I love about Deadpool is he's very much aware of the audience and makes those kinds of jokes.
Yeah. I remember the Deadpool video game having him talking to the narrator all the time. Like, always very, very fun.
Ultimate Spider-Man was funny because he would also talk to the audience, but he wasn't aware he was talking to an audience. He was just monologuing to himself. Wade, on the other hand, was just like, oh, you can see them too? And he was like, what are you talking about?
As it should be.
Yes.
Still, one of my favorites has got to be an Unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
Mm-hmm. It's good taste.
And yeah, well, one thing that I think is really funny about Squirrel Girl in particular is that Deadpool is convinced that Squirrel Girl is the most powerful person in the Marvel Universe.
That's right.
She beat Thanos by herself. Yes.
Yeah, well, like, she soloed Doctor Doom, and in Unbeatable, she, like, beat Galactus by just talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
I think people understand how sturdy squirrels are. Like, seriously, go watch Mark Rober's video on Squirrel Olympics. They are very intelligent creatures and they are very hardy. In fact, they cannot die from terminal velocity.
Mm-hmm.
They have no terminal velocity.
Well, okay. Terminal velocity doesn't mean velocity at which death happens. It means velocity at which you can't fall any faster. So they do have a terminal velocity still. But they survive.
Yeah, but it's not sufficient to kill them.
Yes.
They would die of starvation and lack of oxygen before they would hit the ground. They're that light, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Yeah, like, did you ever read Unbeatable Squirrel Girl?
I personally have not. I love hearing about it.
I recommend it. It's still, like, one of my favorite jokes is, like, a chipmunk, like, ends up joining the fight and, like, wait a minute, is this the chipmunk hunk fight? And just like, no, Squirrel Girl. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong place.
That's cute.
I do wonder if her powers extend to chipmunks and other rodents.
Canonically, they don't.
Ah.
At least in Unbeatable, they don't. There is a character that's called Chipmunk Hunk, and like he does have the ability to control chipmunks.
Like,
well, not really control, but he can talk to them in pretty much the same way that Squirrel Girl can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Squirrel doesn't control them either.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she can just mainly just ask them what to do.
Control them if she gets good at manipulation.
Well, she's also good at talking, so like, yeah, there's that too.
Mm-hmm. You can control anyone's mind with enough psychological warfare. Uh-oh.
The only thing I don't understand with Squirrel Girl is how is she not a mutant?
That's a good point.
So they actually like that's actually a joke in Unbeatable. Originally, like in the first iteration, she was, but at the time that Unbeatable was written, the X-Men were owned by Sony, and Disney did not have the movie rights to it.
Ooh.
So they say that she is legally distinct from being a mutant, and yeah, that's really the only reason why.
Oh my god. You get buffed just because of the copyright finagling.
Yep. She's not a mutant because of copyright.
make too much sense.
I mean, it does in like a very tongue-in-cheek humor series like Squirrel Girl.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you get a lot of new characters, is when you want to use one character with their personality, you're not allowed to use the name, so you have them go by a different name. That's a lot of new Transformers.
It's my
At
original
least in the
character, Donut Steel.
Donuts.
At first, I didn't understand you were saying "do not steal," and so my brain immediately thought of a metallic donut.
No, I said Donut Steel. I know.
Yeah.
I very literally said
Yeah.
Donut Steel.
Donut Steel is like a Transformers OC, and he has an alt form where he turns into a car and like does donuts. And he's like really tough.
No, it's a one of those. Okay, did anybody see The Secret of Blue Water? Perchance, I know that's probably way out there. It's a very old anime.
I know of it. I've never seen it.
So in the anime, there is a design for a motorcycle that is a giant singular wheel.
I've seen that before.
I think I have a sketch of that. Is it blue?
No, it's rubber. So like it's the rubber brown color, but like it's got like the motorcycle body. It just sits inside of the wheel.
Yeah.
Oh, someone made that in real life.
Yeah, it's like my brain's like, oh man, turning in that thing would be impossible, and also your visibility would be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm pretty sure someone did that in real life. I'll have to look that up.
Good stuff.
Yes, they did indeed make it.
Ooh.
That is amazing.
Did they drive it and live?
There's been several people that have made it.
Mm-hmm.
This one dude is literally just spinning the wheel as it goes down.
Oh my god.
Most of them just use really thin wheels.
You gotta like commit. You gotta make it like 40% weight wheel at least.
Yeah, there's one dude that actually has it like a tire wheel that's like almost as wide as he is for off-wheeling. I think the thin ones are just for roads.
Mm-hmm. Off-road uniwheeler.
I'm looking at like this one thing that somebody made in like 1932, where it's just got like a bunch of holes throughout like the surface of the wheel.
Oh. Huh. Is that just for
If you
like
go
weight
fast-
reduction?
True.
I think it might be for weight reduction and visibility, and I think it might also like give you some like a tread.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm really just kind of guessing.
Yeah.
If you spin it,
Like I could see it though.
Drop it in VC2 if you want to take a look.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Scrolly, scrolly. I'm so good at navigation. Oh,
it's a two-seater.
yeah, no, that does kind of definitely seem beneficial for visibility. Maybe when it's actually up to speed, you only get like a blur going on. I'd try it. I feel like braking would be very precarious, though.
It's still terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
To be fair, so is braking on rollerblades.
it was meant to go, not to stop.
Oh my god. Ooh, hold on. This. Have a hard line here. I was elected to lead, not to read.
But you can't
Oh,
spell leader without read.
You fool, I can't spell at all.
Touche.
I have this weird drawn uniwheel Tumblr forever ago. I don't remember where, but like when you had said the monowheel, this is what I had thought. It's also in guest VC.
Ah. Little passenger seat, that's cute.
It's awkward.
As it should be.
This makes sense from a Cybertronian standpoint than it does a human standpoint.
I like the first image where it kind of looks like he's cruising in his mono wheeler and taking a nap.
Chillin'.
The second image?
Yeah.
That's the one in the middle.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, and then 3.
I haven't drawn this weapon before. And murder me. This kills the Connor. Do not like drawing artillery.
Why
It's
does
okay.
it actually make
Guns
sense
are
if it's
stupid.
split like that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, this will be good enough.
Is that General Grievous? Remind me of?
Okay, I think bringing his little pack down to here will be good. I'll widen this up some. I'm starting to feel so sad about how scared I drew Syra. Oh, poor dear.
You know, this thing actually has a similar concept as the mono wheel. It's just in a bubble.
Ooh. How much safer could you get? Bubble vehicle.
Not really when it's being slammed against by 2-ton animals.
Now you're just slamming my dreams against 2-ton animals.
Oh yeah, the rat ball cart.
Designed for a specific roadway? Yeah, and not very satisfying when it's around animals that can very easily make it go like a pinball machine.
Yeah. Imagine the gyroscopic part is pretty reliable, but you still, receive force no matter what.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that it's literally entirely made of glass.
Tempered. But yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Is that glass or is it plastic?
It's glass. It shatters like glass in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So
That makes sense because, actually, no, it doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't they just make it plastic? It'd be easier to change and less resistant to scratches.
It makes sense because Jurassic Park is always run by idiots at the end of the day.
yeah, it kind of is.
It's about the
Makes
hubris
sense
of
because
man.
what? I didn't hear the last.
Oh, I said it makes sense because
Oh.
Jurassic Park is always run by idiots.
No expense,
Mhm.
obviously.
Spared no expense, yes.
It was cheaper, so we did it.
I have returned.
Hello.
I got
Okay.
distracted and
Understandable.
I wandered away.
Did
Yes, we do.
anyone hear about the woolly mice?
Yes, I much prefer hearing about the woolly mice to the stupid dire wolves.
The what?
Oh, they quote-unquote made dire wolves, which is not at all what they made. And I was saying that I prefer hearing about the woolly mice as opposed to the wolves.
Actually wonder if
Yeah,
they're going to make woolly
they
mice.
did not make dire wolves.
We made
No.
dire wolves. No, you didn't, honey. Can we put that
can't just
money
revive
towards
an animal.
real wolf conservation, maybe? No, you want dire wolves? Okay. I need Moose to look angrier.
Yeah, we really did mess up.
Oh, have you heard this one before? You can put socks and shoes on a bear, but at the end of the day, he still has bare feet.
Ooh, in my chat, Ace says, why did you create even more dangerous creatures out of dangerous creatures? Money. That's it. That's Jurassic Park.
Yep. Literally, yep.
Dino DNA.
Most of it wasn't even dinosaur.
Yep. Was it World where one of the dinosaurs
Dinosaurs are actually
could
more like
one of the dinosaurs could like camouflage itself because of cephalopod genes, was letting it like take control of its like chromatic expression.
Yeah, Indominus Rex could do that.
I think that was World. Correct me if
Yes. It
Okay.
also it is.
awesome.
It could also cloak its heat signature and pretty much do a lot of things that a single animal shouldn't.
Indominus Rex, my beloved. You little freak.
I mean, that's still pretty cool, but at the same time, just like a, I kind of get what you're trying to do here, and I still think it's kind of a stupid idea. Like, okay, we'll sell dinosaurs to the military. Just okay.
That's exactly what happens in my story. Uh-oh. I wonder if that
I don't
happened
know, like,
subconsciously.
The way you're handling it, it seems a little bit more plausible.
Yeah. My story is sympathetic to the progress of science because the problem is the intersection of money and science, not science itself. And I feel like even Jurassic Park still kind of falls into that zone where they're demonizing science, which I do not like.
That is I'm actually curious of how many times they failed to do that, because genealogy is not a simple thing to do. Like,
Yeah.
to be able to sit there and even have cats with certain genetics, they had to tag on another specific geno to ensure that stuck with it, which is how you get glow-in-the-dark cat and mice and pigs, because they use the jellyfish gene to make them glow.
Yeah, I love glow animals. It's one of the funniest things that we have practical application for.
Yet you don't like jellyfish.
I'm scared of jellyfish because they're out there and they don't feel malice. They'll just bump into you and suddenly you're drowning. I respect them as creatures.
They're deadly.
I hope they're having a great day.
I get that. I'm merely saying.
Fine day to be a jellyfish.
I hope they survive. I hope they never go extinct. I am scared of them.
It's like you can exist in the same space as me, just over there. Sorry, Fresh.
No, you're fine. That's fine. I hear that about me all the time.
Oh my god.
I getting in my little trebuchet, flying down to Houston.
Oh, come on. That was funny.
Bites you.
Saw the opportunity, took it, I get it.
I did. I'm not sorry.
You ever see that movie Alien Resurrection, where there's that scene with like all the failed Ripley clones?
I haven't. That sounds really good.
I kind of wonder if like there's something like that in like, Jurassic World, or just like failed dino clones.
Dino duds.
They probably incinerated all of them. Wasn't there 2 Indominus Rexes and the other one got eaten?
Hmm.
I don't know, maybe.
I know they have like the.
There was. This is the movie. There was a sibling.
I know they have the giant aquatic creature totally wreck one.
Would that make it a dud no?
I don't know. Jurassic World, that was just such a weird movie.
I like them weird.
I liked seeing the dinosaurs, but because, well, dinosaurs.
Big stompers.
But why must always people?
Yeah, I just didn't like the human characters. I think that was my main issue.
That's fair. If you can't connect with them, then it's like,
Always
what's
eat
the
the
point?
I'm also confused of why they only resurrected big dinosaurs. There's a lot of tiny little itty bitty species that they could have done that with.
I think that's one of the
They could
cases
have
where
had a petting zoo.
that's one of the cases where you look at like the money aspect that Jurassic World would have, where it's the big spooky ones are what would draw people in. Of course, I would totally go pet like oviraptors. That sounds great.
Eats and microraptors.
Little guy.
And fluffy
Yeah,
feathery little things.
Can you imagine like you're allowed to like give them treats or something?
Like parrots and raptors.
Although with that said, the bite force of a parrot alone is kind of scary, like break your fingers scary. Imagine just the risk of little biting herbivore dinosaurs.
Be too much more damaging, considering it has teeth more for tearing than it does for what a bird does. I've heard from several bird owners, it actually just feels like you've jammed your finger in a doorway.
Yeah.
Take that with a grain of salt, though.
Yeah, though I'm thinking about how the scale of things changes, because like even the smaller herbivore dinosaurs are still significantly larger than like a conure.
You mean like a Triceratops or a Stegosaurus? I thought you meant like little Compasauruses.
Well, but there are some big, big I'm really about to say big, small dinosaurs.
No, you're right, because they would have about the same bite force as a snapping turtle.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking of.
I didn't hear herbivore, so I thought you meant like dinosaurs in general have bite forces like birds, and I'm like confused. And then you talked about herbivores, and then I understood what you meant about beaks.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Like a how do you pronounce Hypsilophodon? Like, I feel like those guys could probably, break your finger bone, even if they were just playing with you.
Yeah, similar to horses or any other large animal.
Yeah. And that's where I'm like, even a Jurassic Park petting zoo would still be, like, risky in the end. Trying to decide how I want to do these copter blades.
Real petting zoos, like with goats and stuff, like those are kind of risky too.
Yeah, it's very fair.
Goats love to just ram you.
waiver that says if you die, oh well.
They probably do have waivers like that. That doesn't surprise me.
Of course.
I mean, they would have to. There's no way they wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, legally, they would have to.
But in like a risky route, like dinosaurs, like the way they're like handled there, they're usually like they still need to be like trained and whatnot, and like people can like ride around on them, right?
So in my story Risky Route, they considered having dinosaur mounts, but the entire project got shut down. Okay. Technically they were going to pivot to a super soldier project instead, because they had Olivia, who was a non-human, who looked like someone who had psychic abilities, and when they lost her, then it was, let's just shut everything down. This is a lost cause. Everything keeps going wrong. We're not going to put any more money into this stupid lab. We can do our own stuff over here. So I don't think in the main, like, timeline there still are, like, a use for living dinosaurs.
I have a webtoon that I'd read called Acro Heart.
It's a fun name.
They had a similar thing with dinosaurs. Might want to go read it. It's actually really nice. Oh.
Yeah, I just gotta put the name down somewhere, I suppose. Always worth a peek. See if I mesh with it.
Yeah, moose.
Yeah,
I want one of those for a pet.
Trying to think if I should scale him down a little bit so that we had less intersection with the weapon that Pack's gonna be holding.
Are they a bird or a piranha?
So because all of these characters are robots, they don't necessarily have to be anything, but as the person who designed this little dude, I can say that the key points of my inspiration is probably like raptors and the Pokemon Trapinch. Oh, and then the person who commissioned the design was also looking for a Ratchet and Clank vibe between the main character and the little buddy. All three of those are in that soup.
Adorable. I'll say that much. It's just they kind of remind me of a little bit of a chomp.
Yeah, they do.
The fun thing about Moose is that even though they can't communicate, Moose is actually smarter than their companion.
Yes, because communication does not mean intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Just means they can't talk.
Yep. He's trapped in this more animalistic form, despite being probably the smartest character. And that's really fun because you get to write moments where, like, oh, this little guy doesn't like this new character, and it's like, what does that imply? Who's going to pick up on this? No one on the first read. But it's there.
I'm just like imagining like, a moose trying to like tell people something and like they're just not getting it. It's kind of like, Timmy fell into a well and like he's like doing like a little helicopter weirdo charades with them.
If you weren't going to make the reference, I was going to have to.
Yep.
I think that might be a better position for Moose.
If all else fails, they can just resort to writing in the dirt. Unless it takes place in a... Then never mind.
I feel like Moose isn't dexterous enough for that to be super effective. If Moose had any chance of communication, it might be Morse code would be the easiest.
Think about Morse code, but yeah, they could either tap or snap to it.
Yeah. The most plausible.
As for being dexterous, all they would have to do is just hover over the ground and drag their feet.
Hands have a lot more pressure control than you think of. Like, it would have to be a really loose, like, sandy soil. Like a Zen garden.
There's always a stick.
Stick in mouth.
Like Toothless.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of too. A little buddy doing drawings.
Yeah, if you notice the one in the New World where he meets the Light Fury, he actually gets better at drawing.
Yeah, an artist.
What if Musa played Pictionary? Like the other characters were like trying to guess what he's drawing.
That's really cute. I should pitch that as just a little like comic, little side story.
There needs to be like.
Should I show you the?
I know
Should I show it to the cat because the cat's gonna get it.
Can you say again, Shiny?
I know this is someone else's story, but I can't help but think that there should be like maybe one episode where they end up getting transferred to like a larger computer or something and actually being able to talk, and no one knows that it's the same person.
That would feel like really climactic and cool.
Like I said, I know this is somebody else's story, but like that seems like a funny thing to me.
Now, I wonder if Moose could even be backed up or transferred to a different body, because if I remember correctly, Moose isn't proprietary software. He was developed as like a startup project that didn't get to fully happen. And so that would be like, oh, can I put this Raspberry Pi onto an iPhone? That might be more complicated than the tech would easily allow for.
Different. Yeah, but I always thought it was slightly different with AI because, like, they can essentially almost write themselves, I guess, in a way. But I don't know, that's just how I see it.
Yeah. In this world, the robotics are so advanced that these kind of just are people with the benefit of your body can have some really severe replacements. And if you're rich enough, you can afford to actually back yourself up. And that's something that not a lot of people have. And so there's some economic disparage about who does and doesn't have access to like a longer lifespan just due to that reason. So, like, there is robot mortality here, and it's about whether or not you have access to the ability to be backed up.
See that?
Yeah.
So if Moose like gets like uploaded to like a computer or something, and like gets the ability to talk, can he sound like Patrick Stewart?
That'd be good. My knee jerk for some reason is David Attenborough, but I'm biased.
I just want Moose to constantly curse just because I think that'd be funny. Because a lot of times people who can't talk, people are like, oh, they're going to be able to talk, and then they're going to be calm and relaxed, and then it's just like, mother!
Oh my god. Fresh, I was telling you about an adult point-and-click game called Paradigm.
Yes.
One of the characters is a very crass computer. In fact, I think one of the character traits of this computer is, like, either believing that he is or actually being a womanizer, too. So you just get, like, the crudest... I think it was Australian coded, too. It's, like, the absolute crudest, like, HAL 9000-esque computer talking about Sheilas and stuff. It's a good bit.
I wish Seaglass were here right now.
I feel like my line width's gotten heavier. It might just be heavy-handedness, though. Oh, Wong's back. Hey! Making pretty darn good progress. Hit this goth woman with a baseball bat.
A woman at?
Say again?
Where's the goth?
Let me increase, there we go, the opacity. This character in the upper right, this is, I actually don't know the proper pronunciation, if it's Vivica or Viveka.
Okay, I see. I thought that was more of emo because of the hairstyle.
That's fair. It is a spectrum. I feel like we used to hyper-classify stuff like that, and now that it's not super popular, the terms have gotten a little loosier.
Yes, they are just dark.
Character is wearing black, therefore goth?
I accept this.
And Wong says, we're hitting streamer with philosophical questions because they were just playing Soma. Hope you're having fun. Get that little pear in there. The funniest thing is that this reference for this little dude is also my art, but he's already evolved so much that he's just been stretched out longer and longer each time.
He's upgraded his body.
Smug he looks,
Yeah.
honestly.
I remember the first time I saw him, I thought he looked a little bit like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
You sure we're not talking about Junction over here?
I think it's like how the face and the mouth is shaped that made me say that.
Again, are we talking about Junction or Pack Mug? Pack Mug has the orange shirt, Junction is in green.
Pack Mug.
Wow, okay. I don't know, I was not super in touch with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so I cannot rightly protest.
Yeah, like I think it's just kind of like a combination that he's got a little bit of like a muzzle and like the sort of like a line like under the eyes. Just reminds me a lot of like the masks that they were wearing, you know?
That's fair. Like if you look at the light gray of the face as being a mask rather than like something overlapping a base, that I start to see.
A lie. With him being uncolored, he looks like Donatello. Like from the 2012 version.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're right.
I am sorry to have pointed that out, but I can't unsee it.
Okay, I think moving this bat this way works more. I should actually get the name of this weapon. It's a traditionally Hawaiian club with teeth on the side, and I'm forgetting the name of it. Let me check DMs. A Leo Mano. Oh, okay, that actually has way more of an interesting shape than what I'm currently drawing. Let me look up some more. Okay, Google's showing me a good number of shapes for Leo Manos, so I think it's okay if I change it up. That's really cool.
Yeah, the first image I found was like, yeah, because I actually don't know what this is. It's kind of got a little bit of like a horseshoe shape to it.
Yeah, I think I see the exact Wikipedia link that you're probably looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them have this more spade-like shape, but they definitely vary a lot. Cool.
There's still like quite a lot of them that have like a kind of a paddle shape to them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by spade. Wong says, in their opinion, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is alright, but it doesn't capture them like Transformers does, largely because of them not being a fan of how many animals get screwed over by mutation.
No, they're so right. Like, they have that same smugness that Swindle does, but like the face shape, without the color, all I could see is Donnie. But like, no, he gives me Swindle vibes. Definitely gives me Swindle vibes.
Yeah, valid.
And they have like Triforces carved on them.
A nerd paddle. A Leo Mano,
Yeah, nerd paddle.
A Leo Mano, but Yaoi is carved into the top. Horrible. I'll take my jail sentence now, please.
But maybe there's like a Ahegao or something like that on there too.
Oh. You're coming to jail with me.
That's fair.
Accomplice.
I remember when I didn't know what that was, so I looked it up, and like I think one of the first images I found was just like this anime girl drooling on pizza, and just like, wow, she really likes pizza.
Me too, honestly. I'm thinking of that one bit from Battle Block Theater. He's like, oh, I figure pizza will always be around.
And your reference image, is he like drinking from an oil can?
Oh, yeah. A little shrunken, but it says Sunny Oil.
Sunny oil.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like Sunny D, but for robots.
Absolutely.
What? What did I miss?
Sunny D, but for robots.
What's like Sunny D but for robots?
Oil in this world, apparently.
It would fight off the robot equivalent of scurvy.
Robot scurvy. That'd just be rust.
Kind of. And oil does sit there and prevent rust.
See, it's all coming together.
I don't know, would that be scurvy or would that be tetanus? Because like it would make your jaw lock up, right?
Nah, tetanus would be them seizing up and freezing up.
Okay.
Blue screen.
Robot diseases.
It's fun giving them disabilities.
I can't come to work today. I have a bug. Pop-up noise.
God, yes. Viruses are a completely different thing as well.
Like they're coughing up like automatic transmission fluid, and they say they got the consumption.
Oh my god. I should pull up a more current reference because I believe we switched up some of the joints. Make sure we get those right. Here we go. One of my favorite reference sheets that I've drawn. He's my little guy.
I think you blocked the color in the joints. Yeah, that looks really cool. Just like how you alternate like the dark gray, the light gray, and then the black.
Yeah, I like to think of them as being a different material with a different flexibility, where the light is the stiffest and then the gray is the most like flexible.
Is the black like rubber then?
Something like that.
Oh, okay. So it is a lot like protoform. Or proto-mesh. I forget the term in Cybertronian.
Yeah, I wouldn't labor to identify it as anything specifically, because, you know, it leaves you more wiggle room if you leave it vague.
Very. Robots are so very hard to draw.
Wong in my chat says protoform.
That, yes. Thank you.
I'm humbled with the amount of Transformers knowledge that this community in general has. It's like, whoa.
Agreed. I was not expecting someone from your chat to immediately know that. Like,
oh my god. My demographic is nerds. It's very much nerds.
That makes sense.
I think between
There's the latter here.
I think between Noah and Wong, they could probably compose a complete timeline of the Transformers universe.
Depends on which one.
This is true.
Because the Lord of Mercy, there's like 20 different freaking ones.
Mm-hmm.
Not including the ones that literally are supposed to connect.
Good point.
Oh. I mean, I'm already learning here.
No, I'm sorry. Transformers have consumed my brain. That is my brain rot, is Transformers.
Nice.
I've only been in the fandom for 2 years, and I know far too much, but not enough.
Forever strange that Transformers just hasn't gripped me. There's enough world building there that I should be down for it.
Oh, there is so much world building.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying very hard not to just drag you by the ankles into it, because it is marvelous. Most daunting. It is marvelous.
I think like Transformers is forever going to be like one of those things that I don't really like have much of an interest into looking into on my own, but I do have a lot of fun listening to people talk about it.
True. Secondhand dopamine is great.
Yeah, just like I'm glad you like it.
Please continue. I am fixated on you fixating.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
See, Connor, you get it. Sorry, Shiny, please go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just agreeing. Like, there is something so endearing about hearing someone ramble about something they love, even if you understand none of it.
Yes. Okay, I think we're gonna have to angle this arm differently. Rest in pieces, me!
Yeah, I think in some ways I almost don't want to learn about it, just so like people can like explain new stuff to me about it all the time.
That's really cute. My chat, Wong says, you should see me in DMs, Connor. Uh-oh. I'm going to be whisked away at some point.
Whisked away to Cybertron.
No, apparently so.
If you were a Transformer, what would your alt form be?
I would like to be a moped.
Okay.
What color?
Teal.
There is already a moped like that, and it's already cute.
I like how cute wasn't something that I specified, but we've attached this.
You're an otter. You're already adorable.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a moped that turns into an otter, so
Otterbots, roll out.
yes. Well, explain to me how an otterbot is not cute.
See, people have already made this joke in my chats. We have the Otterbots and the Decepticoners. These are the two factions. Okay, let's make sure.
I have a Jam comic that I made years ago. So in the Jam comic, my drawing buddy started it off, and there's somebody making an announcement in front of her car, and she says that I'm going to drive this Volvo to the moon, and she takes a bag of fairy dust and pours it into the gas tank and is like, yeah, this should do it, and then reads the labels oh no, only works on cars less than 30 years old. And then one of the reporters oh no, what's gonna happen? Just wrong vintage fairy dust turns cars into Decepticons.
That's a good one. I like that.
I don't know. I also just generally like the idea of there being a Volvo Decepticon.
Specifically, the to the moon line is my everything.
Oh, yeah.
You could say it's more evolved. I could say I'm sorry, but we know I would be lying.
Expect nothing else.
I'm not sorry.
I'm not sorry. I'm Connor. That was low-hanging fruit. Worried about your standards now.
Oh, you just totally did the "I hungry, I'm dad."
Timber is it's dinner time, which means it's time to be super nice to Mama so that she feeds me sooner, even though my food is on an automated system.
Just hoping. Just hoping.
I mean, apparently it springs eternal, so.
I like that even with an automatic feeder, she still views you as, a giver. The source.
The source.
Sauce.
The sauce. I'm thinking about YouTube poops now. Sauce.
The one that's like been living in my head rent free has got to be the Robin Hood one.
Oh,
Did you ever see that?
not familiar with it. You should send it to my DMs.
Okay. Sure, I'll send it to you in a little bit. But yeah, like it's the Disney Robin Hood, but it's like a YouTube poop and like it has like my favorite line in any YouTube poop and like Friar Tuck has like a book of black magic and like somebody finds it and is like, you're not going to use this, are you? And like he says, Jesus died for our sins. One more won't hurt.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, I get to be a little loosier in this area because everything's overlapping. Mm-hmm. Dokie, a little bit of line cleanup. Get rid of you.
And then we're on to the villains.
Yes, though it is about time that I would normally wrap up stream.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Adjust the shoulders a little bit. I think I made bro a little too skinny in the upper body. Cannot emasculate them too much. Okie is a very good start. Wong says that story-based. Wong says that story-based YouTube poops fascinate them. Their favorite their favorite YouTube pooper was Jittery Dragon. They made an adaptation of Land Before Time, with a side narrative of God Tyranno and Phonofoot.
The fact that YouTube pooper is a profession is disturbing to me.
How else would you say that?
I don't know.
I'm right, gosh darn it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of another way to phrase that, and like the fact that like, what do you do for a living? I'm a YouTube pooper.
What is that exactly?
YouTube poop refers to remixing and video editing of pre-existing videos for the purpose of comedy, usually nonsense comedy. And we're talking about how you would refer to someone who does those video editing. So in this case, it would have to be a YouTube pooper. Right?
I see.
These are normal things to debate.
Indeed.
I'm not sure what there is to debate, really. I mean, I think you're right. I just don't like that you're right.
I think I much prefer my glasses off. You put those glasses back on and face reality.
You can't see me right now, but I actually do have my glasses off right now.
I know. Okay, I have picked whom I'm going to raid. So, when I do, I'm gonna deafen up. But firstly, thank you so much for keeping me company today, you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. This has been the highlight of my day.
Yeah. Okay, I will catch you around sometime. And to you, Zweebs, I am going to send you over to Azura Morose, who seems to be working on model art, though I'm very suspicious that this involves 2D animation based on the onion skinning that I'm seeing. So I'ma send you over. Morose is a fantastic artist with a very bubbly personality and a very interesting, colorful art style. So, be good to streamer, be good to each other, most importantly, be good to yourselves. I'll catch you around sometime. Take care and ta-ta.
I am Katarino has boarded the starship.